Alright, welcome everyone. Um, for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, there's been a pretty big discovery, I would say, in the last, 2 weeks, maybe 1.5 weeks. I don't want to, talk too much about it, but long story short is while prepping for the showcase qualifier, I tested Fiend Artisan again. I only briefly tested before, but I felt like I was missing a strong two drop to tutor for, and especially in some of these fast matchups, I didn't feel like Visionary really cut it right. Like against these prison decks that are quick, or even against when you're under pressure against Delver, I wanted something along the line of Scavenging Ooze without the work, and in theory, at least, Fiend Artisan fit the billing. Turns out the card is very good, and I kind of am beating myself up for not testing it earlier. And I think the big additions of Modern Horizons 2 specifically, with the printing of Endurance and Gris, a, are the big reasons why it's significantly better now than it was maybe a year or so ago, whatever Modern Horizons 2 came out. Now, obviously my initial list with Artisans started with 1 and then went to 3 and 4, and they had Glimpse of Nature as well. I just feel like Glimpse of Nature and Fiend Artisan are both pretty mana hungry and competing essentially over mana, and I don't want to open up these hands with like Glimpse, Natural Order, Fiend Artisan, and just like no mana. So I cut the Glimpse package because I just don't think Glimpse is that good in the current metagame just anymore, because it's not great against Delver in my opinion, or Prison, because you're under so much pressure a lot of times if your opponent knows what to do, if which is attack or mana. It's definitely not good against combo because you just can, especially against graveyard combo where you want to leave Reclaimer up. I don't think you want to just tap out and just like die in turn 3 or whatever. Not to mention on your first few turns you want to be leading with discard. My current list today, I wanted to play the Snuff Out, which we played for a little bit for a few months, and then we cut it for Murderous Cut, and then we cut that for what has been a mainstay for Reese up until I would say up until today is Shriek Maw. And the reason why Shriek Maw allowed us to play our Glimpse of Nature earlier against Delver specifically. Shriek Maw obviously is a downgrade in terms of power level from Snuff Out, but in terms of synergy, played much better with a deck when we had the deck constraint of Glimpse of Nature, being too good not to play because it's against control, right? An ancestral recall that they have to usually counter and then him themselves. Now, without that, I think we can play Snuff Out again because it is just better against every deck but Delver, right? Like I think it's, and there's an argument to be made now. It's actually okay against Delver because you don't have Glimpse of Nature, clogging your hand. I still have the one Streak Maw in theory because when I tested this against Ethan Cummins for the showcase qualifier, he was on Delver. Being able to artisan for a Shriek Maw will almost automatically yield a concession. Like I don't think they can beat that. Like it's just too backbreaking, right? It's like a 3-for-1 almost, right? Depending how you look at it. Well, 2-for-1 really, because you're getting the better 3/2 body plus you're killing their presumably Murktide region, because under other circumstances you probably just get endurance and then nuke their yard and then hold the fort down against DRC and Delver, right? So I do think I like the 1 to 2 to 4. I tried a Bone Shredder last night. The card is just awful to draw, and I do not want to register that card ever again. At least Streak Maw is a 2-mana removal spell, albeit at sorcery speed. I do not want to draw Bone Shredder and just like the card is just too bad. I think to even if you can tutor for it, right, for 3 mana with a Fiend Artisan. Also, we can just in a pinch tutor for Gris and tick down. That's a little bit risky because sometimes you don't have the creatures to, and you have to maybe potentially pitch the Artisan. But I'd rather do that than I think play a Bone Shredder, which is just was horrible when I drew it, right? The sideboard is like pretty straightforward. Mesmeric Fiend, again, like our universal pseudo discard spell, right? That we can just tutor for with the Artisan in the mid game against combo. Obviously, you want to lead with turn 1, C's, right? In most cases. Opposition agent, the inevitability, I guess, against combo and green decks. ideally you can play the crop rotation in the main, but it's not a like great card to always draw. Is the problem I have with crop rotation. I may I'm currently experimenting with this in the main deck, but I think for the stream, because I think most people will probably pick up something along these lines, I'll play with it in the sideboard. If it turns out we can live with this in the main, I think that would be pretty ideal. But for now, I think we'll go with a fairly stock list, but with the snuff out upgrade. Hey, hi Star, how's it going? And then the rest is like pretty self-explanatory. Do you have to stretch my neck, which has been a sore spot. Alright, I'll bring up the list while we're still in queue in case anybody have any questions. I think the card I get asked probably the most about is the Shriekmaw, and like I said, the reason why that was played before was because of Glimpse of Nature, but without Glimpse of Nature, we don't have that deck constraint, deck building constraint anymore. So, but I do want to play one as a just a late game bomb. Possible that card should be like a third snuff out or something. I don't really know yet. I had to experiment. Um, Everything else I think is like fairly straightforward. Like, well, as straightforward as elves can be. Notably, I think this list is a little bit easier to play than the Glimpse list because I feel like it. Okay, we're playing against Slivers. I feel like it. Not great. We're on the play. We can Green Sun turn one, and then maybe Hardcast the Hoof down the road. The endurance, notably, is actually very insane against Slivers, so I think I'll keep. Hey, y'all, how's it going? Obviously, we would not want the hoof in our hand, but I think the rest of the hand is like pretty solid. All right, I think we get the fetch. Our opponent very friendly said good luck, since we at least kind of know each other, right? In the periphery, at least, both tribal players. The secret is I'm actually this. A lot of people are joking with me. This is not an elves deck anymore. This is really tribal green fire, right? Or green tribal fire, whatever you want to call it. It's all the broken green cards. I think here we're gonna visionary into an artisan. I don't think they have removal. So really, we're just playing around permission, perhaps. I don't know if they still run force or not, but this could be a thing. All right, it's a lot of damage. Actually, no, there's no lores yet. The endurance here is quite good, actually. I think we can probably set up for depending on what we draw here. I was gonna say Shepherd is a pretty solid draw. Uh, we could slam Hoof here. I just don't think there's a need. So I think I'm gonna. Oops. So I'm gonna fetch first to get the extra cradle off, extra mana off cradle, and then pitch the visionary. Get a shepherd and then play the endurance, and then we This means our hoof is lethal now. And then we're just gonna bash next turn. I don't know if the current iterations of Slivers had Force so well, but it's kind of free here to play because we're fortunate enough to be on the play. Sure. All right. Them not attacking is good news for us. It means they are concerned about our board, right? 7, 8. I think we just slam here. It's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, this matchup is not um, that what is the word? Skill intensive. Usually, like depends how the hands kind of line up. Unfortunately for Daniel, we were on the play and our hand was like pretty solid, right? We drew a second cradle to in case we need a hard cast the hook, and then didn't seem like they had permission because I feel like they probably should force the artisan otherwise. I think here the snuff out is like probably really good. So is the shriek maw. Actually, I take that back. I think given their flyers, they're gonna have a hard time dealing with endurance. I don't think we want progenitus in this kind of racing situation. I don't think we want Gris. So I feel like this is probably ideal on this part. Hey Wally, how's it going? Maybe Daniel has some issues with his internet. There we go. So the way this hand plays out, I think we're just gonna like it's a little bit slow. I think we'll try it. We'll see what happens. I tend to almost keep any hand. Not the worst, but a little bit flooded. I think we just take the creature in this situation, given the board state. If we get lucky, we draw out like a shepherd here, and then we can go shepherd heritage into artisan, and then maybe start to set up a big turn. But we'll see. Alright, so they're gonna bash for 2. Luckily, no Aether Vial start, so it's probably very good for us. Hey, Nico, how's it going? Alright, there is the artisan. Let's see if they force this. Nope. Alright. I think here, it's almost like we're gonna play against Delver, right? We're just gonna like chain flyers. Or chain endurances. Let's see what happens here. Okay, that maybe changes things. That maybe changes things. So if they have on third lord, it might halt the attack, but we'll see. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Short one. I think we take the endurance and then just pass. Obviously, if they have another flyer, it's like kind of problematic. Sorry, not flyer, another lord. Jeez. Okay. That is a lot of damage. Alright, I guess we're just dead. Alright. I think maybe this hand's just too slow against this kind of aggro deck, right? Um, we just got like goldfish by them and couldn't interact. I wonder if that means we do this instead. And we just take out maybe the slower elements. Like, it almost felt to me like we just got like ran over by their aggro, so I think we want to just like take out the grindier elements here. We didn't draw the Visionaire or the Wirewood, but in case we did, right? I have not tested this matchup a lot. I think we're favored, especially we won game one, but obviously we can't get ran over like we did right there. Also, I'm sure Daniel knows the matchup at least, somewhat familiar. Mm, it's like I think we maul. We need a second land, yeah. Ugh, that's even worse. We have a land here, and then we could put the hoof back and the shepherd. It's not great, but maybe we just like float our board, and I don't want to go to 5 is a problem. It's unfortunate because we play a lot of lands too. Yeah, I don't think I want to go to 5. Actually, hear my socials while we wait. I don't think Daniel will count the Once Upon a Time, but if he does, we're in a lot of trouble. I just don't think going to 5 is just like a great play. Or Daniel's going to 5. So our hand, by transitive property, gets better. I don't remember what our first 5 was. It felt like it was okay, but I thought we could have done better than that because we were missing, land drops. Uh, in case they have a wasteland, let's just play it safe. Oh, no one drop. That's actually stupendous for us. Don't dismember my thing, please. Oh, wait, what? Oh shoot! Did I just click through my turn? What the heck? Oh my god. I guess I got distracted. Like, I don't even know what happened. Like, how did that happen? Well, whatever. That is going to be backbreaking potentially. The only saving grace, sort of, is. That's really unfortunate, actually, for us. Oh, now our snuff out's dead. We're probably not in good shape now, I think. But we'll. Ooh, that's actually an insane draw. Depends what they have, though, but. Obviously, if we draw Cradle here, just like. This is the easy mode. Maybe atone for our misclick here. I think if I had not misclicked, I would look again. I think I just like play the Visionary. Sorry, not the Visionary. I play the Birchlord, play the Shepherd, play the Birchlord, play another Shepherd, and then we would have extra Green Sun instead of needing the Green Sun for mana. It's hard to say though. So they could bash for a good amount. Obviously, if they attack with all, we just die here. Six, 10. Yeah, I think we're probably dead now because of that misclick. They gave us an opening. All right, well now we're just dead. Unfortunate. I think we win this game pretty easily, if not for the misclick. This is like one of our best matchups, but not meant to be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the heck happened. Like, how did I misclick through that? All right, we were on the play. We went. We like went. We must have just like kept. I'm thinking. Sometimes I guess impatient maybe, and then like I just like keep pressing one or yield, and then maybe that's what happened. I don't even know. But it's okay. I think chat would agree. We'd probably win that going away, if not if I didn't misclick or click through my second turn. Sure. I think we're playing against TS, but I think we keep this regardless. Yeah, it should be TS, but we'll see. Oh, looks like it's Delver? No. What is Underground Sea with Bauble? Maybe it is TS. Didn't know they played Baubles. This is one of our harder matchups, I would say. Anything with Ride of Flame tends to be kind of hard. Um, I think we boarded all our disruption. This matchup is like, I guess, fairly straightforward in that sense. I do think this is not good for us though. This this matchup in particular. Ugh, kicking myself for losing the game three with the real misclick. That's pretty good. Not the way I wanted to start a stream, but I do have this tendency to be impatient sometimes, and I think that must have been what happened because I'm not sure why I clicked the roulette. That or I just zoned out, right? What do I care? K is in. I don't really care about any of this stuff. Probably just take the bobble. It's like they want to decay a shepherd. I don't think we care. dash and then see what happens. They could just, to be mana efficient, end step, hit our Artisan. I can see that with the decay. We're feeling pretty safe with the Mindbreak Trap in our hand. TES typically does not play discard, at least not within the last few years. Uh-oh. Oh, that's actually brilliant, really good for us because we don't have to reveal any of our tech. I did that in case there was a bounce spell, so then I would still have an agent on board as a second wave of disruption. Cannot keep this. That's significantly better. The question here is, do we put back a land? Because we do, we don't have Artisan on 2. I think it's actually the Visionary. It's too bad we couldn't reveal our Mindbreak Trap because we want our opponent to play around it. Oh, interesting. They kept that kind of hand. Alright, that changes our line for sure. Maybe they know like we're playing trap. Like that's, or assume that we do, because that's the only explanation for doing that. Now our discard spells are all stranded, which is annoying, but nothing we can do about that. Oh, that is a hell of a top deck. Ugh, unfortunate. Yeah, I think with that, we just play the percentages, like that they don't top deck a relevant business spell in time, but they did. Um, it is what it is. So here they have Brainstorm, Wishclaw. Do they have any acceleration? I don't think they do. I'll play the creature here. They have 2 Wishclaws. That's actually... Is that right? Let's see. Cast ad nauseum. They discard a Wishclaw. Why does it show an extra one echo? So this must be their 7. Can they kill us from here? I need to think about that. We... Hey Sager, how's it going? I'm trying to figure out what am I supposed to do here. Actually, we have a crop rotation. Alright, we definitely slammed the Reclaimer. We play that. If we get a crop rotation, we can crop and go to 3 mana, but that doesn't do anything. So, Dark Ritual, 2 Talisman. I feel like Talisman here is kind of pretty mediocre. The Brainstorm obviously can fix things. I think I need to cut the mana. So I'm going to take the mana. We are not dead on board, but we'll see what our opponent has here. They're definitely up against it. They could echo here, which is like kind of interesting. Actually, I could have got like a mind break trap with the. I am. Yeah. Maybe that's the line. Maybe I wish claw for mind break trap and they can't beat it. Yeah. So I punted. I was like thinking about the crop rotation for natural line, but yeah, now we're dead. Not playing very well right now. Question is, do I want to continue this league at 0-2 and just run into the cellar dweller, right? As we say. Now, I think the line there is I'm supposed to. I think I'm supposed to claw for the Mindbreak trap. Like I didn't think about it, but I think that's probably correct. Live and learn. I feel like that's the type of mistake I may make again somehow in the future. Our opponent is 0-3. Jeez. It's like $10, but like, if you have a decent win rate, you can go infinite. I've actually not what's the word I'm looking for? Paid any money out of my pocket outside of the original $10. I think we just slam our. I think we're just gonna like curve out. I'll consider this the warm up league. Like I am definitely not playing, as well as I should be. I think, honestly, I probably should have won both games or both matches. One was just a straight up misclick, like, and I think I just like clicked through it. I don't know what just happened, but the other one was just me not taking the best line, and I realized it like afterwards. I think here they didn't do anything. Surprised they didn't bolt the reclaimer. Maybe they don't have it. I mean, they're gonna bolt. They should do it now, before we get the opportunity to. What are they on here? They haven't done anything yet. I feel like the safe play here, given that they haven't done anything, is to get Cradle and just like see what they're up to. I don't like Voidwalker because I think double black is gonna be an issue. It has crossed my mind for whatever it's worth. I just think Tef Narset, sure. Alright, they just lost their Narset for no reason. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pitch that, grow the Reclaimer to a 3/4, and just like start slamming threats. Alright, Shepherd's gonna come down. I'm gonna bash, take this off the board. We know they have a swords in hand. How do I want to play that? I think the line here is just to pass, and not walk into sweepers, right? Like this, presumably a slower deck. All right, the swords on the stack. I think now I'm gonna go ahead and like. Definitely float and then allow that to resolve. If they want to force the endurance, I don't think I actually care. The reason why is I don't want the swords in the yard. Sure. Yeah, MH2 definitely warping multiple formats, right? I think here we're gonna play the Visionary and see what we draw. If it's a black source, we probably slam the Gris. It's not. There is a chance that they. I think we commit one more to the board and see. That also gives us the option to keep a bog, which will potentially be relevant. Also, with the Reclaimer up, the nice thing is we can cast the Gris next turn. So I think here I'm going to preemptively bog and see if they have a response. Hopefully not. Looks like they're going to snapcast their response, sure. So they're gonna hit our other Reclaimer. That's fine. And we're gonna tick Grist up now. I think we actually go Artisan first. Actually, we'll do it this way. Artisan first, and then Slam Grist. This is like almost a must force, right? They're not removal. And then we're gonna take up. The game just might just be over right now. I don't think there's any reason to attack here. In case they have like, I don't know, 2 removal spells or something. Sure. They probably bounce the Artisan. I'd have to imagine, yeah. I have not really missed Glimpse at all, Sadra. Which is hard to believe, but the truth. I think we just want to do that and see what they do. Sure. Take Tef off the board here. Oh, I don't think they have Bolt, but that's neither here nor there. You punishing Blue Sun? Sort of. I punted my first 2 matches like pretty badly. So essentially what happened was I played against Slivers and just like clicked through my second turn of game 3, and I think we win easily if I don't do that. And then we played against TES last round. I didn't think about it, but I think I'm supposed to actively claw for Mindbreak Trap, and I probably win. I think I just didn't think about it. Yeah, I saw Eli's build. I have traditionally felt like I don't need any help against blue decks, so that's why I don't run Carp. I don't run like Choke. I just don't think I need it, right? But I think there is definitely more merit, right? This deck is a lot more linear now. You just want to like get a hoof on the board, so to speak. All right, I think what I'm gonna do here is bash with 4 towards the Narset. Actually, what am I doing? I had lethal. Okay, I'm playing really sloppy right now. Like I actually have lethal. I just didn't think it through. Again, not playing my best at the moment. Let me just do that. Villain's deck has the looks of a deck that cannot beat Grist. That is correct. That is correct. So yeah, if I had been sharper, I would have just. We were just talking about it, actually. If I had been sharper, what I do here is I would have just green sun, or not green sun. When I say green sun, I mean Artisan for 8, right? And the opponent is just dead. All right, whatever. I agree. So one nice thing about being friends with a lot of Zoomers, not that Jay-Z here is a Zoomer. Sure. Not that Jay-Z here is a Zoomer, but I just have no link towards nostalgia. I'm just gonna play the best cards, and if it means I have to cut, what won a PT in 2008, then so be it, right? I mean, we're like way ahead here. I think our opponent should probably scoop. All right, there's lethal now. I know, right, Jay-Z? Who this thing assembles both halves of the best friend team. Alright, they're on Just Guy blah, I guess is the best way I can explain it. What do I want? I think I just want more threats, maybe. I just play more endurance. Don't think we want heritage, not great. I think we just do it like this. Yes, Mike. Teach him the ways. Yes. So that's the good thing, right? Like, I think because I'm friends with a lot of Zoomers, I don't feel the need to have to like keep a sacred cow, so to speak. If I just feel like it's the weakest card, I'm just gonna cut it, right? Like just like no remorse, right? Maybe that's cold, maybe that's like cold blooded or whatever, right? But it's something a trait that I've gotten from a lot of these Zoomer players, I guess. I don't want to be clutching, my electrolyze and lingering souls in modern still. If it's legal, it's not a secret. Yeah, it's fair. Like I've heard stories of these tundra mages still trying to get electrolyze to work in modern. Yes, those are the true sacred cows. They all got banned. So I think one thing has happened, right? All the stuff that's like really good that otherwise would be playable got banned, and all the stuff that's not good just got power crept out of the format, so to speak. This one is gonna be interesting. Like, I think we want to lead with the Burst Lord here. It smells like they have swords, so this is gonna incentivize them to waste it. Their swords. I want to slam Artisan, but they didn't even like blink to that. Correct. Jay-Z here pointed out to me. So when I first started testing Artisan, he's like, I don't know. I know nobody's played this card before, but I don't know. It has a lot of words, and Jay-Z's metric is high words per card is very good. This has a whopping 47. We've done the math on this. Uh, okay, there's the Force. Okay, they're on the Undoing plan, which scares me a little bit. I think that means game 3 we need to board in C's again. But we will adjust on the fly here. Also, we mentioned too that words per card is not everything. Just like analytics, right? Like shooting percentage is not everything. Like you have to keep in mind true shooting percentage and eventually get into these advanced metrics, right? Now there are certain cards. I tried Bone Shredder, right? And we were joking. It has high. Do we attack here? What are the odds they're gonna have a containment freeze? I don't. I think we just play it safe. You never know with these. You never know with these Tundra mages. You never know with these Tundra mages. Maybe they Snapcaster here. That I mean, it's telegraphed that we have endurance, but what can we do, right? We didn't see any undoings. There you go. All right, like, they're just continually interesting, just forcing all their stuff. So, all right. So I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna run the Burst Lord Rangers in. QB is the best card. Infinite Words only costs 4. See, the thing is, 4 mana is at an awkward spot because we could just play natural, right? Win the game. Because we also found out these advanced. So if you like basketball analytics or football analytics or baseball analytics, we realized natural order not only counts the text on its own cards, it also counts the text on the card that it brings in, right? So it actually has way more words per card than advised. Mentor, sure. I don't think we care. So the fact that they're playing Mentor means they probably don't have a sweeper because it's like really strange otherwise. We're gonna play another Artisan. They're just like slamming forces, which I don't know about, but yes, yes, yes. There's just some things with that we just cannot measure with our current system as well. One day when Jay-Z wins the Nobel Peace Prize, you know, for figuring this all out in Magic and just TCGs in general, right? We will have a big symposium on this. Yes, that's synergy words per. We're just inventing these new terminology, right? So they've used two forces. I'm pretty sure we've already won, but you can never be sure, I guess, with these Tundra mages. Yes. So Mike's quickly learning, right? Like we're 0-2. We really should be 2-0, but user error. Yeah, this is just disgusting. Maybe we'll just draw the. Well, there's that too. All right. How best to kill our opponent here? I think we do this. We pitch the Arbor. Get the Shepherd. Uh oh. Ah, you. Okay, sure. They got us here. They got us. I don't think it matters. What don't we want to draw? Okay, we don't want to draw the Heritage. That's the trick. So they have to sack their board. I think that's fine. Yeah, these filthy, filthy Tundra mages and their shenanigans. This is only a 6? Alright, never mind. So our opponent here would have to have swords in one of these cards to live. Chooses not to shuffle, okay. Prismatic Ending, I guess, works too. Alright, that's annoying, but... Ever hear DT talk about Shepard? It is hilarious. Alright, that makes it easy. Attack all. Alright. Our opponent trying to trick us out. Can't trust these Tundra mages as far as you can throw them, right? Containment Priest. Ever hear DT? Oh, Demonic Tutors. Yeah, I heard Ed talk about Shepard. Yeah. Can we punish a Delver? I'm hoping to do so. I'm hoping to do so. So we're 1-2, but we really should be 3-0 if it weren't for user error, right? Like literally clicking through the win here in game three, and then here, let's just count this as a loss because it's not like it's not like a mechanical error. We just made the wrong call at the time, so we're 2-1, I guess. I only play with Underground Seas. It's by far the coolest dual land. I would have to agree with that. I'm sorry to disappoint anybody. Bayou is not the #1 dual land. It's probably Underground Sea. I think Bayou is maybe second. I could see that. All right. Bog and Cradle. I think I'm gonna just take extra cradles. Taiga. All right. Obviously, you need to diversify the repertoire. Taiga. Volcanic is the most oppressive. That's probably accurate. It's probably accurate. It used to be Underground Sea. How sad times have changed. That's true. I do remember you saying that. I think we just slammed the Artisan. I think. All right, so a little bit of deck building here. I've been asked, oh, how do I beat, the 8 swords deck, right? 8 swords to 4 swords to plowshares, 4 prismatic endings. I've solved that problem for everybody. The way you beat the 8 removal deck is to play 16 must answer threats in 4 shepherd, 4 waterwood, 4 reclaimer, 4 artisan. 20 if you count green suns in it. Oh, they're beyond dead. This is Jay-Z, you're still out there. This is a wet dream for you right now. Just the old uncountable. All right, we are gonna test how this is the new elf lore even worth testing. It is not Lumer 88. Same way the epic gamble beats. So it's interesting. So maybe this is just greedy. I just had this thought today. Why is Artisan not an elf? Like, what? This is not fire enough. You should have made it an elf too. Do you see the combo? It does. It does make Artisan bigger. Why is this not an elf? So I can protect it with Wirewood and tap it to Heritage Druid. But can't have everything. Can't have everything. Alright, we're gonna try the new sideboard plan with these snuff outs. Why Street Ball? That is a great question. Well, actually, that one I can forgive. It has Evoke. Elves are not supposed to be able to revoke. That one I can forgive. Just like, this is the elemental, right? Keep. Well, opposition agent though, to be fair, Jay-Z, is doing double duty. It's playing both sides, right? It's helping us, but it's also, I wouldn't want to see an agent on the other side of the field. I would not want to see an agent. All right, I think the off chance they have Stifle, we just play the basic out. Is that new elf was a 1/2? It would bring back life to Nettle Elves. Wrong answers only. So shout out to Nettle Elves, by the way. Can't believe I'm saying this, but they did top 8. I think Eli Cassis won 7-0 in the 5K for the SCG. I looked at his sideboard. I have no idea how that deck ever beats combo because he must have played fair matchups all day because I see very little resistance against combo. I think we do because we want to force out the endurance. Here I might not though. Nettle Elves. They holding bolt and don't have turn 1 pressure. Should we keep it for business or not? I think you slam it. Like snuff outs. I don't get. Yeah, dismember just makes no sense, to be honest. I think now we just hold. Actually, I don't think I want to do that. I was gonna say maybe I. They're not doing anything. Then we get the Arbor here. We're like flooded, so we want creatures. Pure Net is often a turn win. You can beat combo by winning the die roll and not them. Yeah, but how many decks are just not gonna do anything to you by turn 3? That is the question here. How do I want to do this? I think we play the fetch and pass. The only matchup I would say you have maybe a slight advantage in my opinion, if you're playing the other version. I never play around days. Repeat, never. Never afraid. We could play the flash game. I think here. Ooh, this is just too juicy. Okay, if this had been no, yeah, I think we just do it now. Our opponent is definitely playing the what? It must be a mono sweepers because they just haven't done anything, right? Static caster, interesting. I don't think it's worth it to play into days with a snuff out here. He'll keep parting on. Yeah, that's true. Do I want to snuff that out right now? Actually, never afraid. Never afraid. We have the Grist as backup anyways. They want to like do something there. That explains why they kept the hand that they did. I want to keep. See, this is how much I value these insect tokens, right? They're part of the tribe. I think here we once and see what happens. Hello, Reclaimer. Never met a Reclaimer I didn't want. I think we attack here. You're probably right, Mike. I'm just doing this for comedic relief. I will agree. Okay, so we're doing this for fun, and I agree that's probably a correct play. All things considered, it's the more safe play. If I were playing a tournament, I probably would have done that play too. But because this is for the stream, right? We're just gonna play a little bit more loosey goosey. There you go, right? I mean, the game is probably already over. Like, what could our opponent possibly have? Another static cast? Petty theft, sure. Useless there. Any loose goose in chat? So to be fair, okay. There's the end of festivities. They got some value. What was I gonna say? I did already punt twice, so it would be on par with this league, right? To play a little bit reckless, just for the giggles, to make a mockery out of these blue decks, so to speak. The more heinous the play that we get away with, the more I enjoy, right? The more Jay-Z definitely will enjoy. Are you talking about with elves, or are you talking about in general? Because elves, no, in general, yeah, there's a few. I think the other tribal decks got some cool cards. Alright, so because they did that, I think we're just gonna continue to grist up, right? I don't think so. Like, we can answer with Beseju. I don't think it's that great, to be honest. Yeah, I think the Merfolk tribal is good. I think the Goblin one is obviously good. I didn't look beyond that. Yeah, I agree with that, Jay Z, for sure. These mono sweeper hands not gonna do anything with the grist. It just keeps ticking up. Sure. Ooh, okay, there is the RC. Uh-oh. Is it a Murktide? Maybe it's a Murktide. Unholy Heat. Alright, they got us there. They got us there. That's for sure. Alright, we need to not flood out so much. I think we need a deck thin. Well, yeah, I think we need a deck thin here to get something relevant. Okay. Not good. Not good for us. Yeah, Rot Farm would have been sick here. I thought about playing just because it's like good with the double Kratos for Artisan, but did they force the Artisan? I forget. Oh no, what's it called? We bend it to the yard. We are in some pressure, under some pressure now. Now there's a Murktide. Yikes! Not good for us. Maybe we. Yeah, I think we. Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, right? Like, maybe we should have used the Gris. I think we play that. I think we could have maybe used a Gris to take care of the Static Caster instead of having to burn the Snuff out. Hindsight's 2020 though. I think we are probably dead. We have to draw removal like literally this turn. Nope, we are just dead. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they do. I know. Actually, let's just concede. Save everybody time. I'll just like the only way we don't lose there is just like they misclick or something. Like, it could happen, but I don't think I'm playing around that kind of stuff. What was I gonna say? Yeah, maybe we just fired off the snuff out too early. I think we felt like we were just so far ahead, right? Our opponent felt like they didn't know what they're doing. Now we're getting punished. Mulligan. Ugh. That is not what I want to see. Keep. I think we have to keep, but it is not good. Yeah, We only play 2, and then we just happen to draw both. This is why I don't play 3, by the way. Yeah, we want them to waste us here. We do have a high land count, so maybe we just draw one of our other lands. That'd probably be ideal. That counts. I think we hedge a little bit against End of Festivities here. Obviously, we play Shepherd and they counter. It's a disaster. Sorry, and they End of Festivities. I don't think we care about the days there. Nope. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit awkward potential. Oh, okay, that's a good draw. I think on this board state, we have to incentivize our opponent wasting the Boseiju. So I'm gonna play it safe and do that, and then get the Artisan. Hopefully we untap with Artisan, that's just game. Well, we'll see. And Holy Heat is definitely annoying. Imagine if that was a Glimpse of Nature, how much worse this hand would have been. I think they are trying to find the answer for the Fiend Artisan. What is going on? Just, they haven't yet. We just had to clench for a little bit longer. We're gonna bash us for 6, and if we untap, I think we are in the driver's seat. Yes, yes, thank you. It begins. It begins. Okay. I'm gonna bash first. The endurance game begins. It begins. We got to clench for a turn, and then now okay, they're in an iteration. We smell blood in the water. Chat. All right, they put 1 on top. That's not good. What could it? Hopefully, it's not like a submerge or something. Lightning bolt. Interesting. They're probably gonna bolt the Artisan. I don't think they have a choice. The good thing though is they missequence so that their DRC is gonna have to run into our endurance now. Like they should have done that after combat. Yeah, it was a misplay on our opponent's behalf there. I think we continue to bash, and we're allow that other DRC to run into our endurance here. Iteration. All right. So I think that what they're trying to do is find a merc tie so their DRC doesn't just like get run over. All right. So their DRC's okay. We gotta fade a what does it call it? Unholy heat here. Gotta fade on an unholy heat here. If only we keep flooding out. If only we had another endurance in hand instead of the Baseju. Bolt, sure. Okay, I thought they were gonna submerge us. So if they have submerged, they probably would have played it. Alright, we are the magic number of 9, so it does not matter. What did they put back? They put a bolt on top. I think we want to get another creature here. In case it matters. I think the line here is to bet. Well, okay, they have a bolt on top. They, in theory, if we had, yes, Mohica. In theory, here they could attack, and then I think we want to bash with 1, 2. Probably not that. Well, it's not the worst actually. I don't think I care. I don't know why they did Brainstorm on Upkeep. That doesn't make any sense. They know the top card is Bolt. That does not make any sense. I think we have to respect Double Bolt. Yeah. Sure. Jesus Christ. They might have. I don't remember. They might have. Ooh, this is painful to lose to this. That's a lot of hate, though. Maybe we didn't respect our opponent enough. Too many games. Too much messing around. A Staticaster and an Infestive Beast. That's pretty insane, actually. Reasonable draw. Pretty reasonable draw there. Just pass. There's no rush. Interesting. What is our opponent doing? Oh, they have 2 bolts? I guess... okay. I guess they got us there. They got us there. Okay, there was a Shriek Maw, but no pressure for a while. So we probably lose... Oh, it's pretty nuts. Alright. Iteration, quite a good card. Pains me to lose to Delver here with Jay-Z watching. Pains me to lose there. The Snuff Out notably would not have been great on that board state, which is a known thing, but kind of annoyed that we lost. Kind of annoyed. I think we just get the 4. We probably should have led with the Boseiju, but I think that's fine. Alright, we got exactly punished for being greedy here. Well, what? This is literally every mistake I've made so far. I've been punished this league. I guess that's better for me, right, long term. God, turn 1 blood. The good thing is we can just forget about this league, the way it's turned out so far. Hey, later, Jay-Z. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry I couldn't punish blue players with you around here. I don't think our hand would have been much better, to be fair, even if I fetch basic. This hand is kind of just not good against the Blood Moon hand. This matchup is like about flipping coins, more or less. Might be scoop time. Scoop phase. The strange thing though is in the games against our opponent, we never had a artisan. I don't think. Actually, that's not true. We had an artisan, but it wasn't big enough, so it died. So maybe that's something we need to think about, right? Like, it was like really awkward because our opponent wasn't killing our creatures. So I don't think our opponent is supposed to be doing that, but maybe that means I have to recalibrate how to build a deck. Right? They're gonna ignore. Well, that's not true actually. Static casts are definitely a problem for this deck. Okay, we're dead. Let me see. I think we want probably the snuff out. Well, actually, we'll see how it maps. I don't think we want water with symbiote. It's pretty bad. We could have a snuff out. I don't think it's great though. Yeah, I don't think I love it. Not against the Blood Moon deck, and then I think we want maybe the Caracas for just an extra land. This is pretty good. We have the turn 3 natural order. They have to deal with the turn 1 Reclaimer. I do need to look. Yeah, I think we played probably too nonchalantly game 2, just assumed the game was over. Game 3, we did not draw that well. Well, actually, that's not true. We had the Arbors, and then I forget what happened. Oh, they had the End of Festivities. And our hand couldn't really play around that End of Festivities there. Staticaster is definitely annoying. And they had both games. 2 and 3. Sure. Well, no, Forgotten Orb, it will not be. Unfortunately, it's way too inefficient. Legacy is just too much about efficiency now. And I just don't think it's good enough. We're gonna get another forest here and just like work up to the natural order naturally. Say that 3 times fast. I'll just chalk this up to a warm up league, right? We didn't play our best. I think we should have this game 2 here. But outside of something crazy happening, like this is why I kind of want the Caracas too. I think you just want to get to natural order, right? If our opponent wants to get rid of the Reclaimer, they have to Fury now because we're gonna have 3 lands in the graveyard starting next turn. Alright, that's actually a good draw. I think we well, I think we play the Heritage Druid. Hey, Francisco, how's it going? Sure. I don't think we care. I think we just have to fade 1 draw step here in terms of drawing our natural order target, right? This. All right. If their last 2 cards are Fury plus Pitch, then they can clear our board. I don't think we want that to happen, so I'm just gonna take the damage. It's. I don't think it's worth the hassle, the trouble, right? I think we just get that to be safe. All right, now we win the game. Yeah, I'm just playing around Fury because I'm trying to think that's the only way I can lose, right? Oh, I, yeah. So I think it should be over now, but we'll see. Okay, they don't have Fury. Now we just like block easily. Yeah, that's the other way, right? I was trying not to jinx myself. Oh. Actually, I don't think we want to reveal that we have this. It should be game. Yeah. So hopefully the second league I'll play better. I threw 2 games to start this league, and then won, and then legitimately lost to a player that we probably did not respect enough. Still on Fiend Artisan, yeah. It's only the second. It's only the best 2 drop in Legacy. It's a 4. It's. I'll put it this way. Whatever you think Glimpse of Nature is, it's so good I have to cut Glimpse of Nature. Whatever your opinion of Glimpse of Nature is. All right. Pretty good hand here. We're just hoping they don't like 3 balls turn 1 or like. I think it's medium. Period. Like, like no deck gives you the time to glimpse anymore. Is my experience. Unless you're already winning. Yeah. The reason being is because it's really not good against any deck, in my opinion. Like, it's good against control, but you should be like 80-20 against control. Like, you don't want to open up with a hand with. The reason why Glimpse was the cut was you don't really want to open up with a hand with like Reclaimer, Glimpse, Natural Order, and like 2 lands and like, I don't know, a Visionary, let's just say. Like, it's like almost a mulligan, right? Um, Feels like they have removal. If they do, man. That's correct, Francisco. Yeah, it definitely feels like our opponent has removals here, so I will try to play around that. Definitely feels like our opponent has removal. They can Fury us here, but there's really no way we can play around it. Sure. All right. I think we just won the game. Opponent just tapped out for no reason. Now we can just like. I I think if the elf player is good, they can play around it most of the time. All right, there's the Fury. If the player is like, if the elf player is any good, I think they can play around it. I think we do that. We have a natural order next turn. I mean, I'm boarding out natural order against Delver. I don't think it's great. Interesting. I thought that card was not playable anymore. Sure, nothing scary, please. That's kind of scary. Alright, it's now or never for us, so we have to get the Progenitus now. It's gonna be close though, the damage. I don't know. Anytime the elf player has mana, in theory they should have already won. Like you don't need to play extra cards. Did you consider Besage on Chalice and then play Reclaimer? I didn't have the mana, Levi, but unless you're talking about the previous turn, I think it's easier to just hold the mana up. The I did it because of Cradle. Let me think about that for a second. I had 3 lands. I see what you mean, Levi. Yeah, that's a consideration. It would make it not as close right now. Definitely would make it not as close. Let's see if they attack here. Ooh, that's actually really scary. Yeah, that actually would have helped, Levi. That's a good point. We might be dead here. It's a lot of damage. Ugh. Well, I don't think anything. Well, let's go back. Oh god, we have the natural the next turn too. Brutal. Yeah, I also think I'm just not playing the best right now. This natural order could have been relevant, right? Like if I survive a turn. Well, actually, that's not. Well, let me think. I have to block with the Reclaimer here. In theory, I'm at 4 then, right? I actually think it's the opposite. What's it call it? Jack. I actually think it's really good, but this deck is so boring. People just like don't play it for a long time. The win rates I saw are like 60% against Delver. Like, did you see the showcase, Jack? I think it's the opposite actually. I personally think people who play multiple formats play this deck because it's kind of easy to play and it does well, and then they don't play for a while because it's like super boring. I think it's like super linear. Like leading up into the most recent showcase, what was I gonna say? I saw the win rates of the deck. I'm like, why is nobody playing this deck? And I think I can explain that, Jack. I think it's because the people who are actually good with the deck don't typically play it, and the people who just want to play an easy legacy deck are probably newer to legacy, and that's why the win rate is 45%. The win rates I've seen are just like through the roof for the deck, for what it's worth. Granted, in the hands of a better pilot, like Ozymandias, Matthew Vook posted his. I'll bring it up actually. It's pinned to here August tier list. So he has Red Stompy as the second best deck, and Elves as the third best deck. Obviously, I'm not doing great representation with all my misplays for Elves right now, but that's a whole different other story. Let's look at the list. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really concerned. Like, it's more just to like see out, feel out the deck than anything else. Um, I get the feeling the Birchwood Rangers plus the Heritage Druid is probably not optimal, and we want to play now to the way the deck is built. I don't know what is the correct play as a result of that. I mean, there is also the list that I played with Glimpse of Nature. I don't think Glimpse really like solves anything that we just lost right now. I'm gonna go ahead and make the change right. Oops, wrong one. I'm gonna go ahead and make the change that I've been wanting to make, which is what? I'm gonna play the crop rotation main because I think the extra speed matters. I also think we probably want a second trap, and the Shriekmaw is interesting because I think getting up to I think getting up to 5 mana is not that easy against Delver. I kind of want to try the two endurances. I don't love this um, configuration at the moment, but I think it's probably worth trying. Yeah, let's try this. Let's see how it goes. And then presumably I will play tighter this league. Played very loose. Like one loss was literally to me clicking through the second turn of the game, and I think I win that game going away if I don't do that. But the good thing is I'd rather have all of these misplays in one league than kind of like spread across and kill like multiple 5-0s per se. Brovatine. One of my most common misplays is F6 into the first turn. Yeah, I've made that kind of mistake before. It's actually quite aggravating. So I'm playing against somebody from my LGS. They spotted my username. So if they are on what they normally are on for my LGS, they're probably on Goblins. With a slight chance they could be on D&T. But I have not played against. I have not been to my LGS for Legacy in quite some time. I went the other day for EDH, but not for Legacy. Mulligan. Oof. I think we keep and then put this Artisan back. Yeah, 61 probably all Goblins. That's fair. Blue. Interesting. So it is neither Goblins nor D&T. Oof. I think I take the land to be safe. Alright, we will try to tighten up the clamps on our play this league. I definitely played very loosey-goosey the first league. Alright, they're on high tide, presumably. Tundra makes me think maybe it's brainstorm. Maybe source the plowshares out of the sideboard? I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it's a brew. Um, oh man. If this was game two, I'd want like Mesmeric Fiend to like see their hand, but we don't have that luxury here. I don't think Collector Oof is probably relevant. I think I'm gonna play the Reclaimer here. Let's see what they do. Because I want to get Cradle. I have to plan 2 turns in advance now. I think we play the Fiend Artisan too. There's a chance that I probably should just play the Shepherd, the Heritage Druid and the Arbor, and then save the Green Sun Zenith for mana the following turn. But because we're a little bit tied up mana wise, and the Artisan is not really doing anything in this at the moment, because that actually maybe means maybe we just have to play collect opposition agent main perhaps. Maybe that's the big takeaway. I still have to think about like how I want the last few spots. I think here, well, could be chant or silence. Yeah, that's a possibility. The card here that would be nice is the Queer Ranger, so I gotta keep that in mind. I need to get Cradle is the only thing. MCL 1988. Again, I said I should tighten up the screws and did not play that tight right now. I think the Artisan not super relevant at the moment. I probably should have led with a Heritage and played the Arbor, so I have more mana this turn. Probably doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Feels like High Tide, but High Tide is not weak to either Oof or um, any of the other relevant targets. Like, I think there's a realistic case for opposition agent to be main deck. It would help in like this kind of matchup. Also, the random blowouts that you get off of fetch lands or whatever. So maybe that's probably the next thing. I think Inigo has been wanting to suggested that to me, but the other card that could be main deck is maybe Mesmeric Fiend. Hey, Bookish Man, how's it going? I'm glad you're liking it. Are you playing Fiend Artisan and Maverick yet? I feel like the answer should probably be yes, but I could be wrong. They shuffled off their library. All right. We'll get a Cradle. Couple lines here that are just like lethal. There's 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. Land is lethal. That is lethal. Ooh, this could be a. I don't like that. They could have. whatever kicked, and that would be awkward for us right now. Chant kicked. This line plays around permission, but yeah, there's the chant, unfortunately. There's the tide. I just wish I would get normal matchups for once. Although I can't complain because I got somewhat normal matchups last week. Didn't capitalize. I feel like Thali is too good not to play if you're playing that kind of build with white, bookish mat. Like, you get free wins against Storm. No Stonefort I can get behind. No Scribbringer I definitely can get behind. I just don't think it's legacy, like, power level wise. Leo, I mean, yeah, I feel like he's stressing the mana base, but maybe it's okay. I typically don't like stretching the mana base too thin. I don't think Chill Ranger is a legacy card anymore, Mohica, for what it's worth. So they're netting a lot of mana, but what is the payoff here? Is it Time Spiral? I guess it's free, right? Like, because you net mana, you still get the Spell Seeker back. That's kind of cool. Our snuff outs are gonna be insane though. Maybe that means we need to play 3. It's decks like this where I feel like we really want snuff out, right? Like these creature combo decks that just uh, think that we cannot interact when we're tapped out. Also, ever since the showcase qualifier, I'm sure people are playing more. What is going on here? Ever since the showcase qualifier, I'm also sure people are playing more ephemera. I've run into the deck a few times already. Uh, yeah, I'm starting to lean towards maybe just 3 snuff outs, just so I don't lose to these shenanigans. They still need. Oh, okay. They're gonna try to freeze us out here. Um. Storm count's 15 already, so that's pretty cool, I guess. Alright, 16. Alright, we're dead. Snuff out real good. I think Agent is gonna be quite good here because of Scroll. Trap is potentially really good, and I think we want all the discard. So that also means no Endurance, no Gris, no Bog. I don't think Oof. Submit. What is your assessment on Ugma? My personal opinion on that card is usually you don't want to give the opponent the option to do something. You want to hard lock them. Sure. Crop agent, crop rotation here, kind of neat. We only have one land, but we do have a crop. Can get a guy's cradle, which is the game plan at the moment. And then we have a trap in hand that could be relevant. I'm off Sylvan Libraries as well. I think that's been bad for a long time. I agree with that. Prismatic ending, just like I don't know. I'm not big on Sylvan Library. Like in a prismatic ending world, and when Legacy's just never been faster, right? Narsets galore. Yes. Well, to be fair, I think the Jeskai decks are not very good personally. Don't tell my good friend Dr. Trunks that I said that, but I do not think the get our Dark Ritual down. So actually, the crop rotation there kind of neat. Kind of neat. We get a ramp, like right. It's already proving its weight there. Ooh, all right. This is like kind of awkward, I guess. We have 4 mana. We could technically. Ooh, this is actually awkward. I think I want to do it this way. I'm gonna float. I think it's not a good idea to just jam into natural order here. As a result, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pitch for a Allosaurus Shepherd and then use the mana to cast a Mesmeric Fiend. So it's protected. The first bursts are pretty relevant, I think. They can force it, but I'm okay with that, I think. They have 2 snaps. Ugh, that's kind of disgusting. I think we take the high tide. If they want to, because they have 2 snaps, that's like super annoying. If they want to tap out for the Spellseeker, I think we live with it. They could tap out for the Teferi too, but We have the kill here, but not really. You'll see what I mean. So we're gonna have to draw out the snaps, which is what it is, right? So the reason why they didn't do what they did there is because it's already 18 damage, and they have to use their whole hand just to like buy a turn. I think that's why they conceded. Oh, we had turn 2 discard. Presumably the ones will find the black source. I think it will come down on time. Trap's not bad. Okay, so they brainstorm end step. Interesting play here. I think we're gonna go turn 2 Mesmeric Fiend, and then see what's up. Make Mesmeric Fiend part of the Artisan package. Ooh. I think we play around a potential containment freeze here and just Fiend first. There's the containment priest. They have a high tide. The fairy can bounce the fiend. I don't love that. There's a spell seeker. There's two. So they high tide. They have 2 mana for the spell seeker. Um, Sorry, yeah. Then they have 1 left over that can get a snap, and then they can potentially go off. I think we have to take the high tide here. Although they would fizzle to the Mindbreak trap, but like, we don't want them to know that we have that too, so. Maybe they're missing land drops. They shuffled. Yep, that looks like that's the case. Hello? Too bad we don't have the Gris for this random containment freeze. I think we have to pass here, but we're going to hold up Opposition Agent, which is going to be the bananas. It is going to be bananas. Yeah, as part of the Artisan package. It's important for Artisan to do something when Collector Oof isn't relevant in a combo matchup. Or Opposition Agent. I think here we seize. What could they possibly have? Time Spiral, Snap, Snap, Spellseeker to Fairy. Um, More so is there upside to over other creatures that do the same thing? Yeah. Brain Maggot can be answered with Boseiju. Freebooter can't take creatures, so it's definitely pretty relevant. I think here we take a snap probably. So they can Teferi bounce here. Doesn't super matter, I don't think. Well, they could High Tide, I guess, with snapping the Mesmeric Fiend. We do have a backup Mindbreak Trap. So if they go for it here, they snap the Mesmeric Fiend, untap with full mana, High Tide have 4 mana, Spell Seeker, and then we Mindbreak Trap the Spell Seeker. Actually, Spellseeker doesn't even work here because of aging. So they're under multiple locks. I think Agent might just be too good not to play main. Might be too good not to play. Although maybe Crop is better main card. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, right? They're kind of competing with each other. Uh, Maybe we just do away with Heritage Druid. Maybe put it out of its misery, right? Like it's already flailing to stay in the deck, and it's not great. Maybe they bounce the Shepherd so they stay alive here. I don't know. Looks like that's the case. We could seize here or do a bunch of damage. Ugh, that's kind of annoying. Yes, we have Hoof in the deck, but they have a Containment Freeze. Can we seize into Hoof? We cannot because of Containment Freeze. We could bash, but it's not like great. I think the safe play, as boring as it sounds, is seize. All right, and we take the snap, just like remove outs from their deck. I think we do that, and then do probably this. Get a fetch, and then pitch the fetch. Get another fetch. I think we go face. By offering the trade. You're talking about with the agent? I don't think of it so. Like they have two spell seekers in hand. But maybe because we have the mind break trap. I don't know. I play very defensively. Every time I don't play defensively, I get into trouble. I think about not really how I win the game, it's how I lose the game, right? Like, because I feel from here we should be like 90-10. Like, I think the next turn is going to be everything at face. Alright, so they do that, that's fine. We still can do that now, for what it's worth. I think here, do that. Yeah, I think you have a good point, Forgotten Orb. I forgot about the Teferi stopping trap. That is a very good point. I don't think our opponent is winning from here. I'm pretty sure they're, well, I can't say for certain, but I feel like they're pretty locked. Yeah. All right. So they brainstorm. All right. That was harder than it needed to be, but we got there. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick restroom break. Be back in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna get some water as well. Yes, opposition agent definitely was MVP there. That is a true statement. Notifications on Twitter I need to respond to. Alright, let's start the next match. Shockwave. What is our opponent on? I know they were on Doomsday, but I think I saw them switch to something else. Could be on anything, really. I think we'll keep. It's not great, but honestly, this hand would be even worse if Glimpse of Nature were Artisan. Alright, it is Doomsday. Underground Sea and Preordain is combo. Off chance they could be Ant, I guess. Ooh, that interesting here. I think given that there are Doomsday, I'm gonna go with the Shepherd first. That is a Poggers top deck for sure if they are on Doomsday. Oh, you got to be kidding me. We're gonna get a Dark Ritual Opposition Agent here? Thank goodness it was not that. There's some merit to leave the Birch Lord to pitch to the Endurance. But I think I'm gonna play it. I want to be able to threaten lethal next turn. Yeah, I mean, just randomly playing. There's like hosers, right, in the main deck. This deck should really be called Free Win Green, right? Like, you just play as many free wins as possible. Reclaimer's free wins against these graveyard decks. Endurance like free wins against Doomsday when backed by Allosaurus Shepherd. Artisan is like a free win against a lot of these decks. See, so that is the thing, right? Like, I hate that my name shows up and people are just like mulligan, like, uncharacteristically. There is a solution to that, which, well, there's two actually. Number one, I can actually change decks. I do that on paper, and people are, you know, have to keep guessing what I'm going to play. Number two, which there is a theory out there, apparently, that there's multiple accounts going on. I don't know. Never heard of it. There's a theory out there that there's multiple accounts. Based on the rumor mill. Here, I just... the one thing that's good about boarding out Glimpse is not... Or not boring. Cutting Glimpse, now I can cut like this whole BFF package completely against combo. Which is like significantly better. Let me see. There is another cut that I'm supposed to make. The Naya Depths deck that obliterates Delver seems nice. I would agree. I'm trying to think why you brought it up in this context here. I would agree though. Where's Doomsday? There it is. What am I boarding out? I have another card to board out and I just don't know what it's supposed to be now. I think it's that then. Obviously the mapping is still needs to be figured out, right? Like, ugh, I don't think I love this actually. I think this is a mole. Since you said that switching decks would be a solution. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's fair. MCL 1988. Although they're weak to kind of the same decks, right? Like, I want like a Chalice deck or something, or like Reanimator. Or Jorg was smart. Like he went with oops all spells, right? Like nobody's gonna. The cards that are good against those decks are bad against elves, and vice versa. Don't love it. This is probably better. I just don't feel like a competent Doomsday player is gonna walk into Mindbreak Trap. The second one is almost a mulligan already. See, if they seized our hand, they know to play around Mindbreak Trap, and that is essentially a double mulligan. I'm afraid of exactly this happening. Now we win a 6 and they seized us anyways. I think we just fetch here. Oof or Artisan. I think it's gotta be Oof, so we can do it on curve. The thing about Artisan is, you. The awkward thing is you can't get Agent until later. Like it's 4 mana. Sure. Don't think we care about that. Also, may I ask why we fetched here? It's a thin. Because I know I'm gonna. I know we still have the other land already for the collective if need be. All right, what crazy shit are you up to this evening? I know you're already ahead of me. Maybe a days. I don't know. We'll see. Or force. That's fine. You mathematically actually better not fetching there to be, by the way, because you knew your bottom card was Mindbreak Trap. Let me think about that. I think you are right. I didn't think about that, but I think you are right. I think that situation has come up before, and I'm not excusing it, obviously, but I could just be playing worse because I'm on stream. There's the Arbor, but yes, you. I think you're. I would agree with that because, well, there's an argument to be made that Mindbreak Trap is a decent draw too, for what it's worth. Like, given that they seized us and they don't know about it, right? Like, any spells you should be aware of. I don't think so, Kern. Since they lost the lander, what do we do? Shepherd and Oof. I don't believe this deck you can afford to not tap out every turn. Is my answer. Like with elves, more than any other deck, I think you get punished for not using your mana. Which is why traditionally, elves has not played like Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce. I'm glad to hear that, Karen. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, it's a pretty stock list. I punted multiple times in my first league, so it was kind of a disaster. Uh, I do think the Shriek Maw is probably not necessary anymore. I might want like a. I cut the Shriek Maw. I think the Snuff Out's a real deal though. Like, there's too much creature combo that people sometimes love to play, and it's just a KO against those decks. I'm playing the fourth endurance, but I couldn't be convinced it should be something else. Yeah, how are the snuff? I have to imagine the snuff outs have got to be insane. Yeah, no malls. I think I agree with that. Knowing a card position in 54 card deck is better than removing a random card. I would agree with that. I think, but to be fair, I think the see the mind break traps would have been relevant here, right? Is what I'm saying. Like it's when they seize and they don't see it. I think it's like better. They were very good in my GW reclaimer testing, but we knew that. Yeah, I think as long, I think we probably win, right? Like I think we have lethal. They go to 7. We just have to fade drawing the hoof, obviously. Yeah, I there was only one card, so I'm aware of that. The good thing about Doomsday is I do own the paper, the list. Excuse me. I do own the deck on paper, so and I have played this a few times online with Romario. Granted, I'm not like an expert with the deck or anything, but I do think it helps that I am very aware of a lot of the choke points of Doomsday. Whereas I think a lot of people are not. Like I think one of the strengths of elves actually, and especially like this is why I think the Nettle versions can still sometimes get wins, is because people don't know how to play against it. Like here, I'm aware they can't kill this turn because they have no mana floating, plus only one card in hand. Two creature hoof kills here? Yes. Because they go to 7. Dursty. I have played Doomsday with Mario a few times already, but I feel like that would be probably pretty popular, so I can run that back. So here, as long as we don't draw the hoof, we win. All right, our opponent is still. So apparently somebody else is streaming my artisan list as well, so that's pretty cool. All right, let's see what I'm missing in chat. I had a few times where I got Druid's plowed and I was like, yep, totally fine. Definitely not prioritizing for. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Current. I wonder if we. I don't think we can rely on people misplaying, but it definitely is an advantage. Endurance here, not on this board state, I don't think. Unless they like go for the pile that doesn't rely on mana. They go cycle, cycle, um, Oracle, then it does do things, I guess. But I can actually reverse engineer their pile too, if need be, right? But if they don't, then we just kill them. Exile's the only card in grade will be Doomsday. I think if you draw Hoof, you NO for Oof. It really depends, I think. Like, we can check their exile list and probably reverse engineer their pile. Especially with only one card in hand. Um, I think more likely than not. Actually, we bored out the Visionaries. That's kind of funny. I think more likely than not, we draw the Hoof. We probably NO maybe for endurance and hope they screwed up, but that's about it. I think we can't even NO for Visionary because there's none left. But that's not a winning line too. I think right because our opponent is definitely in the tank here. 7 minutes has passed since Doomsday has been. I'm drinking water, but like I don't know, it's tripping me out here with all this ice. I think I saw them force IU, but I could be wrong. Like game one, I don't remember. So IU is gone. Forces are gone. No, well, there's one force left, I guess. One, two, three brainstorms left. All right, easy mode. Don't. This is the scenario where we don't need to think. Agreed. Playing on the pedal is not correct. All right. I wish not at this hour. It's too late to have iced coffee. I'll never be able to fall asleep. All right. Here's a list, Kern. I modified it for the first league. Did not feel like I wanted Shriek Maul. Are you playing? I don't know if this like the numbers obviously need to be tuned. Like, but this is like all breaking ground, so to speak, right? Like, 2 weeks ago we were on. Like, this was not considered a legacy card, and suddenly it might be the second best creature in the deck. I don't know. I think you ask me right now, what is the second best creature in the deck? It's close between Artisan and I think Shepherd. That's how crazy I think this card is. Yeah, I can definitely for paper. I would not run like Mind Trap. Like nobody plays Storm in paper. It doesn't exist. Um, yeah, I definitely think the mall is just not necessary anymore. So the thing is, like hidden gems showing up is very, very rare. I think. I also think the legacy community in particular maybe not the best at deck building because or let me rephrase that. I find the best deck builders are either on something like Doomsday, which is like a dedicated spell combo deck, or thank you for the follow, Charlie Brown. Or typically on like Delver, and rarely do you find like hidden gems in other. Sorry, I'm sure there's a lot of decks out there that are probably just undiscovered. For instance, Black Red Reanimator was around for like 4 or 5 years before it was even discovered. Like all the tools were already there. And this card, in my defense, when it got printed, there was another very broken mechanic that I was more invested in breaking at the time, and actually got me to the Pro Tour. Well, the fake Pro Tour, I guess. And got me to the Mox, which is Loris. Like, I think you will forgive me for overlooking the Fiend Artisan when Loris is present. uh, for what it's worth, I actually thought this card was really interesting when it goes, oh god, why? In the 2-0 bracket? What the heck is going on? In the 2-0 bracket, Jesus. Oh, I guess the 3-1, sure, that's fair. Maybe they subscribe to Jack's, you know, ugh, that's a super annoying. Maybe they subscribe to Jack's like philosophy, right? You see Hello Newton multi turn one combo. Repeal, ugh. I'm gonna echo again. It's a disaster. What's an offer you can't refuse? I don't even know what this does. That's kind of annoying. Did they just not play against any force check decks or what? This is insane. I mean, there's a lot of decks like this. It's just like, can you ever be Delver? I'm gonna just F6. Probably dead. Yeah, I kind of treat this in the Belcher department, right? Like, actually, do I might even have I don't remember if I have a column for Belcher. It's kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, please play more Power Blast in your main deck so you can have blanks against Elves game one. I think Power Blast hitting Yorion is one of the funniest things, though. Like out of DNTs, is what I mean. Oops. Turn it off. Don't want to reveal what's in my deck. I bet it does. Actually, I've been got by like surgical extraction players. It's like the worst feeling in the world. Did they have any targets for, excuse me, opposition agent? I feel like they did not. Oh, land grant, I guess. That's probably good enough. Don't think I want graveyard hate. Do not think I want graveyard hate. That is, well, I guess that's true, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't think it's correct either, for what it's worth. If their weakness is brain freeze, Progenitus and endurance are good. No. They could have grape shot. I would not rely on that. Would not rely on that. Ooh. Super value here. We can get the mesmeric fiend off the Once Upon a Time. This is an achievement unlocked. Clip it. You got to be kidding me. Alright. So. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 mana next turn. If they draw a certain card, I think we might just lose. We draw. I feel like we play. They do, unless if we take the song, well, they could just draw something else and then the Mox is live. Yikes. Okay. If we take the Petal or the Opal, they can potentially still go off, is the issue. So I think we take Song and hope they break. Unfortunate. So they have a repeal. I don't think it would have mattered. We would have, like, no matter what we took, I think they would have got us anyways. Because they would have one. Well, I guess if we took the Petal, the problem is playing not to win though. But yeah, we could Besage with the Song at least. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, undo. Whenever you cast spell, draw two. Yeah, I better do it here because they could draw instant speed like random nonsense. Saga, interesting. I don't. The Mesmeric Fiend doesn't do anything here. I think we just like vomit our hand. They can make constructs. That's kind of annoying. Like, type like agent here will be. Oh, that's really annoying actually now. I think we do this for creatures. Just pass. We could Beseiju the Saga here. They could tutor something crazy. Yeah, I'm like debating it though. Like, is that a winning line? Is the problem? I feel like it's probably not. Like, can we beat constructs? Our opponent is like losing their patience with me. They said your go. Jeez, our opponent is rude AF. I'm like 1 minute behind them on clock, and they're thinking I'm playing too slow. I get it if I'm like 10 minutes behind or whatever, but jeez. I'm literally a minute behind. Let's see. One, two, three. We can also just chump with the Fiend. Mesmeric Fiend is not the end of the world. Maybe they have a Shadow Spear. That would be a problem. Aether Spellbomb, sure. I think given that they didn't do anything here, I think we can just take 10. And just keep another block for another turn. Yeah, they should, I think. This is kind of neat. Cancel. Mm. Our opponent is obviously in a rush here. Oh, that's a really good draw. If I really wanted to be a you know what, I would type back what they typed to me. Your go. There is no need to play out the cradle here. Uh, My logic was I wanted to keep them off the tutoring, but maybe it's correct to hit the Saga on one. Natural order one time. Jesus. Yeah, I didn't even think I would lose to the constructs, to be honest. Like, I typically can beat constructs. It's just this game didn't play out that way. And I had not been in this situation, to be honest, before as well. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe this is a lesson learned, right? Like, cannot believe I'm losing this in the 3-0 bracket, but the 5-0 was not meant to be today. A little too late. But now I learn. I guess now I learned like my lesson. I'm more because at least from the L's perspective, you're thinking about like how they're gonna get you, and I'm scared of like Shadow Spear. I'm scared of Grafdigger's Cage, I guess. But that's fair about the. I never thought to hit it that way because I usually don't want them to get to chapter 3 because usually the stuff that they tutor are typically scary against me, and I can typically beat constructs. But it's something to keep in mind. The scary thing is obviously being Cage and what's the other one? And Shadow Spear. They top deck pretty well too. Like hitting double Saga in a row after the Hellbent is like pretty pretty fortunate for them, unfortunate for us. Yeah, my logic was I was avoiding, but it's just something to keep in mind going forward, I guess. Um, Typically, I'm afraid of Cage, but it only buys one turn to be fair, and I guess the other one gives inevitability. I think we take the Wirewood and stay low to the ground. I'm not too concerned about losing that match. I don't think you're gonna play pair into that in like any big setting. The first league, I think I definitely could have played better, but the matches were pretty reasonable. I think of what you can expect. Like I think you can expect maybe like a Storm Pilot. I think we lost to who did we lose in round one where I completely botched it. Trying to think. When did we lose in round one? Oh, we threw against Slivers, and then I lost. Okay, we're playing against Reanimator. Ooh, Jesus. Turn one, Bristlebrand. I do think this matchup is okay. We lose game one and typically win games two and three. I've even beaten Gristlebrand uh, game one before. Like, I jokingly say, if there is a losing line, the Black Red Reanimator player will try to find it. They probably take maybe the Visionary. Yeah, that's probably the only thing that matters. Sarah's Emissary, sure. Yeah, if there is a losing line, they will find a way to do it. I've won from situations I should not be winning from before, obviously. Um, to go for it here, I think we have no choice but to bog. I once beat a prominent. Actually, it might have been Romario, who beat a prominent Reanimator player despite 5 attacks. Oh, that's. I don't think we have a choice. I think we have to do it now. If they have the Entomb, then I mean, there's nothing we can do, right? We just have to hope they don't have it. Ooh, they don't. Thank goodness. We are in the game. I just think we cannot beat on Archon, so we have no choice but to go for it there. We are in the game. Like, natural order is live suddenly. I've had situations before where like my board is already wide and there's an Exhume on the stack with 1 mana floating. I'll let it go because I think I can beat an Archon if the board is already wide. What? Oh, they just didn't know about the trick. They can. They could. They should have entombed. Yikes! They should have entombed in response to the Exhume. Did I? Yeah, I already bounced. Yeah, they did not know the interaction there. Good for us, I guess. Oh wait. Cancel. I think we have lethal. This is hilarious. Leave it to the Reanimator player to find the losing line, right? Yeah, there's no way I was supposed to win that game. They gifted us that game. Trap is like interesting, right? I don't love it against Reanimator, but sometimes they like depending on the Reanimator player, they walk into it, right? I think we don't bring it in because it's not great. Although, even though our opponent just gifted us the game there. Yeah, like I said, I just joked about it too, right? If there is a losing line, the Reanimator player is gonna find it. Uh, keep. We didn't even need a top deck natural order there. We just add lethal on board. Ooh, that's not a great top deck. I've had people walk into my bird trap like turn one, but I don't think it's correct to bring in. Like, it's just so high variance, and if your opponent is like half decent, they won't walk into it presumably. And if they are, let's see, grief, exhume, animate dead, dark ritual. So just nothing is what I'm seeing. What is going on? I can't take the grief because they could just reanimate it. I guess in this situation, we pick the dark ritual. I made that mistake before where like I took the grief and not just like pitch the exhume. Makes sense, I guess. Oh, for a second I thought they were gonna like try to animate it because that does not work the way they think it does. Oh my god, we have a disaster of some top decks that are just hideous right now. I actually think we're never mind. I was gonna say I thought we were in decent shape, but they top deck exactly the Entomb, right? While we top deck Natural Order and Hoof respectively. Animate dead, only Gristlebrand. Sure. We could, in theory, top deck the Boseiju here, but it's probably not enough. This is the Karakas as well. Our first two top decks were not kind at all. I think they get they get Archon. Ooh, that's the problem. Might be time to pack it up. I don't even think they can screw it up from here. We toss the Natural Order. I don't think there's a winning line from here. Because there's like two threats and we can't answer them both simultaneously. Like they kept in my opinion, really bad hand and they top decked the Entomb, which is just really unfortunate for us. It's kind of insane. It was, yeah, and then they like it's 8 out of 53, I guess. I think we're dead. I'm just gonna concede here. I don't think we can beat this. Yeah, it's not getting it done. I think we run it back. I don't. The trap's not coming in kind of board nicely, anyways. Ugh. I feel like this is a keep, but it's not good. I feel like you have no choice, right? Like, You have a pathway to winning. It's just like it's a little dicey as well. All right, they're just gonna not play around anything. I think that is what is about to happen. They're not playing around anything. I think we pitched the natural order. We're pretty far away from casting it. I don't think I want to target their exhume. There is a chance that I tap out here. Let me think. I think we have a clock. It's fine. We just roll the dice. I think we keep crop up here. There's like really no need, right? They could have it. I think it's correct to probably leave crop up. It feels bad, but like I think it's correct in this situation. Like, I don't. I think I save it just in case. All right, that's fine. Or are we gonna draw a land anytime soon? Yep, can't tell. Froze. All right, let's try to finish strong. Maybe we can get a 4-1 to counteract the whatever it was 1-4 that we had the other league. Yeah, we lost to Slivers. Should have won there. We lost to TS. Should have won there. We beat some kind of control deck. That was easy. We lost to Delver, unfortunately, and then we lost to Molecules of You. What is that? Oh, the chalice thing. Sure. If you enjoy my content, here are my socials. Also, I want to remind everybody, the Twitch subscription gets you access to my monthly metagame update. I'll bring that up. Yeah, this is already almost the end of the month, so I'll just share it. It's not a big deal. I always tend to share it anyways. So this is kind of what it looks like. I will like based on MTG Goldfish, I will post the top 10 decks. This month it was Delver, Jeskai, Elves, DNT, Reanimator, and this is I cite the date too, right? August 2nd. 8 casts, Depths, Painter, Doomsday, and Ant. And then what I do is what's new is I will talk about where the impact of any new developments. Let's just okay. Here's a good. What's a good example? Let's just use Delver, I guess. Uh, the addition of Shredder right in the deck um, means that you can get around endurance now, and the endurance is not as reliable. Um, I also mentioned that I think the matchup is trending upwards, even if I think the verdict overall is even. You can have it also where like the matchup is favorable but trending down, like something like that would be. I think I put DNT is trending down because At this time, we were playing Shriek Maw and um, losing instant speed interaction against DNT. I think is irrelevant. Well, to be fair, I think Elves is probably pretty good for what it's worth. I know we were. I know a lot of rankings had us the second best deck behind Delver, or some third behind Moonstompy. I do feel for what it's worth, the deck just got better though with the discovery of Fiend Artisan. All right, well, let's see what they're on. I don't know. I don't know what our opponent's on. It's Tarn. Okay, that could be anything. I guess not Elves. Bolt, sure. I actually liked Elves during the Red and 6 metagame, but I also was probably the only person playing Reclaimer at the time and realizing that the card is just completely busted. Like, Reclaimer actually lined up pretty well, and like, against, like, you can go wide against Red and 6. Obviously, there wasn't much hate in the sideboard because they thought Red and 6 could just handle Elves. That's probably the least played I think Elves was in this last few years. But that was, at least for me, it was an okay matchup because they didn't really respect Elves, in my opinion. They just thought, oh, you just play 3 Red and 6, that's good enough. And I think against the average opponent, probably was good enough. Because especially my list at the time too, I played 4 Birchwell Rangers, so you can just like go wide and they like kill one of your dorks or whatever, right? But it's not backbreaking, right? And especially if they don't play. Yes, it was 3 years ago. That's why is that sad news? Shouldn't that be good news? Ooh, Jeskai. Sure. I think on this board state, I'm just gonna slam endurance now. Like I don't want to mess around and this not resolve. Bolt and light and plow in the same deck is a statement though. Yeah, we're all getting old. I mean, pandemic just like made everything kind of like freeze in time, so to speak, right? Obviously, it'd be nice to end the night here with a win against Delver, but we'll see. My hand is. I keep flooding out, but that is a. I guess you can call it by design, right? I'm playing a higher land count than most, just because I don't want to give my opponent free wins via Wasteland, right? Especially with Delver being the most popular deck in the format. Um, Honestly, like today, I've not really missed Glimpse of Nature. Like, I and it's not just me that says that. I think people who have tried this list have kind of felt the same way, right? Like Glimpse, it's not win more, but it's kind of like bad against your bad matchups. Correct. Like, but Seiju is like a free spell land almost, right? Like, it's not without the liability of being like a pain land, like a Horizon Canopy or Nurturing Peatland, I guess. Esper Sentinel, interesting. So they're playing that one list. Question is whether I want to attack. I feel like the answer is probably. Uh, No, I don't think so. Well, I guess I think that I don't remember if this list plays Murktide. I feel like it does not, right? Oh, it does play Murktide. Interesting. I feel like they have Stifle up. Is my guess. Could be relevant. I don't think it is. In case you want to plow or something, I don't know. You can do it in response, obviously, but might have been just better not to just let it go. They didn't notably didn't play a land yet, so if they have Bolt, then it would have foiled their plans. Mm, okay. So they take the 2 for 1, I guess, there. I think I'm okay with that. And then bog them. We need to draw gas soon, though. Like, Heritage Druid just looks so bad right now. Waste, sure. TNN, sure. Okay, that's a really good card. I would get Grist, but the TNN is like kind of obnoxious here. They probably have removal. It's either I feel like we play to win here. You would get Grist anyways. It makes bodies. The bodies are and forces them to attack. The problem is the bodies don't really do anything on this board state. I think. I feel like the way to win here is to get Artisan and hope they don't have removal. Our opponent is playing very strangely though. It does play around Bolt. They have Plow, but I mean, I think we're trying to de- develop some kind of game plan. It could be. It seems kind of loose, to be honest. So the line here is we're gonna hopefully top deck something relevant, and if we don't, We're gonna Artisan probably for a Visionary. Endurance is in the yard already, so we don't have any more endurances. That's actually part of the reason why I think you can't play lower in an Artisan list, lower than three endurances, because you don't want to just like get into a scenario where you run out of them, so to speak. Would be brutal here. They plow. That's somewhat annoying. Actually, oh, I messed up. I should have plus there. That was a mistake. And then I can. Oh, that is a bad mistake I just made. I don't think any of that matters. I think the Rangers, I guess, gives me more mana. So I had the line and I just like screwed that up big time. I like backdoored my way into this, but like it's the better line would have been to get Gris and then like start grinding them out. They have a Murktide. I don't actually think we care. Like it's what a 6/6. Sure. We go to 12. They could, I guess, in theory, bolt us. There's two in the yard already. Our opponent is playing way, way too conservatively. So we could Artisan right now for the kill, potentially. They could have Stifle too, which is would be annoying. Okay. Felt like we probably got away with one there. It didn't feel like our opponent played the best. I think we bring the snuff outs, the endurances. Take out the natural order package, which is just awful. I think, and then we just like go low to the ground. I think. I think the Birch Lore is pretty necessary. Like playing these games, I don't think we can live without. I think their path to victory was hopefully we break for multiple turns, which is unlikely with Visionary on board. And then like attack us with the Murktide. It's supposed to be a 2 turn clock, right? It would have been a 1 turn clock they attack with the if they attack with the TNN and then we get in there. Sorry, and then they potentially top deck a bolt somehow, right? Because we were at 12. Like you just cannot give the elf player time. Like even if you find like sanctuary or something, even that's like not the worst. Oof. It's a speculative keep, but I think we still keep. Thank you for the follow, Jedi Golf. How many endurances are we playing? I guess we're playing. I think I need to change the count. I think this 4 endurances is probably too much for curve reasons, and I don't know yet what that last card I'm gonna play is, but I don't think it's probably not endurance. Our Doomsday Magic gets worse, but I think we live with it. Yeah, they did. It's sometimes annoying, but for the most part, I agree. It probably should be coming out. Possible we should have just mulled. It's not a great hand. Yeah, I think I'm regretting not mulling already. If we draw a land though, then the hand gets a lot better. Unfortunately, we did not. Stifle is actually brutal against us. Well, nothing you can do about that. Yeah, probably. I actually like days against elves for what's worth. Oh my god. Alright, we are just getting completely punished. That's what I get for keeping this hand without like thinking twice. I also think this is punishment for playing 4 endurances. It's just the curve is too high. Like the argument is against days is, oh, they're always gonna have mana. If they have mana, they've already got you beat. Land. That's actually the perfect type. Because we know they have Stifle. I actually wanted to bait out the Stifle. So that's good. We do need to hit another land pretty soon. It can be, yeah. The real choke the real way you beat elves is you cut their mana. If the elf player has mana, you're gonna lose. Like outside of you being a combo deck. Okay, that's reasonable, I guess. I feel like we have to dig for land though, so I'm gonna take some more risky plays. Okay, I had a feeling they probably had another Stifle. Yeah, well, especially the way this without glimpse of nature too, which is like needs more mana. So we're at 5 now, and we need to badly hit a land here. Could be Murktide region. Maybe we're supposed to endurance here. I feel like there's a well. If they endurance, if they whatever we lose. So I feel like we have to do it now. Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're gonna lose if we don't. If they Murktide us, we probably have no outs. And I'm actually on the side where you're just normally not supposed to endurance. Outside of areas where you're already way ahead. Or have active glimpse. That's the other one, I guess. So we're gonna go to 2. Need a Fade Ball and Fade Stifle. Yeah, okay. We got punished for that keep. That one's on me. Also, it's on deck building too. I do not think that like further solidifies. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the last spot, but there is a gap in deck building right now. I think unless we play 3 Snuff Outs, which is a lot. Like we're not Shadow where we want to like actively eat our life. So, but I have to think about it. I'm trying to think what like the one card I thought about in that slot is maybe an Assassin's Trophy. It just seems so low power though. Like, but maybe that's the best thing, right? Like, I don't know. This hand is kinda loose. None, unfortunately, that is worth it. I think they're all 3 mana or above. Uh, I guess we can keep. It's not. I don't love it though. Hey, turn 1 death right. I do not love this hand by any means. Why do we go to back to Snuff Outs? Because we don't play Glimpse of Nature anymore. We don't need the creature count to be high. Or as high, I should say. Glimpse of Nature, just like, to be honest, would have been bad like all of these games. Like, straight up. Like, I've been mentally keeping track, right? Like, all these games that we lost would have been bad. Swords? Cage. Well, our artisan just got a lot worse. Um. Ooh, our artisan just got a little bit better again. I wouldn't call it win more because I think that's like not quite right because when you're even it tends to be good too, but it's just so bad when you're behind or just need bodies on the board, right? And yeah, I do not know what I want that slot to be, but I do think there is a gap potentially in deck building right now. Yeah, semi trap might be right. Like Of note, if you do consider the top three decks in Legacy to be Delver, Moonstompy, and Elves, it's bad against the other two, right? It's not good against Moonstompy, and it's like mediocre at best against Elves. I mean, against Delver. You don't usually have the time if the Delver player knows how to play the matchup. This is a little bit scary. If they end the festivities, I'm not gonna be happy. I'm gonna play the land. I played the Dryad Arbor. I'm gonna try to grow the Reclaimer here. Could be a mistake, but I don't want the Artisan to die if they have end of festivities. But hopefully, three targets is juicy enough for them. Maybe they stifle here. Actually that's a win for us. Given our hand. Yeah, I think the thing also is like, especially the elf tribe. There's just so much boomerism in terms of like the the crowd tends to be people who remember PT Berlin and how there were six elf lists in that 2008. But 2008 was also 14 years ago, and not everything that was good 14 years ago can still be playable today. How did they brainstorm miss? What the heck is going on? Sure. That's good for us. There's a chance that we hold up crop rotation or to play around end of festivities, but yeah, I actually think that might have been better just to play conservatively there. T and N, sure. That's good. They still have. This crop rotation is gonna be sick. Nice. It kind of felt like that's what they had up their sleeve. I definitely don't think they played optimally. Neither did we, because I think we kind of like assume our opponent was going to misplay there. Not good habits to develop. I will concede. Uh, the crop felt pretty explosive, to be honest, in this kind of list where um, we could just like artisan for something huge or whatnot. Also, I think Cradle is probably at a premium where like I think the Delver player is going to be very aggressive if they play correctly in denying your resources. And I think just having a one shot like Dark Ritual might be pretty relevant. Also, high upside, obviously, with the Caracas. Yeah, in Elves, thank you for the follow, Fortuna. Good games, by the way. I think your hands seem kind of awkward. Um, yeah, the crowd rotation was pretty nuts. I had that up my sleeve. It's only a one of, but yeah, it is pretty gross for sure. For Yuna. Yeah, I also think I don't think Esper Sentinel's that great. Like I don't know, maybe you don't have anything in the sideboard for elves, but I think it was kind of lackluster, right? It didn't really affect like anything I did. I don't know if you have like end of festivities as well, because like that, I probably play it maybe a little bit different otherwise. The cage was awkward though because like I wanted to play Fiend Artisan, but then you didn't kill any of my creatures. Stifle is good, but tends to lose value when your opponent knows to play around them. Is one thing I've noticed. Let's go to deck building. We went 4-1. The loss was to that Song of Creation deck. As crazy as that sounds. I think we had a better showing in the second league. Good question. What kind of meta are you expecting turn one Death Right? I actually like Days. For unit like Days, I think stops. No, I disagree with that. I think Days is very good. Like the scariest hands I think from Delver to me are the ones where they go like on the play with Days backup. I don't always have Shepherd, and even if I do, there is removal. I mean, we play the matchup right now for Yuna, and literally Esper Sentinel did not do anything. And I won't have. I mean, 60% of the time, I will not have Allosaurus Shepherd, and even if I do, there is removal. And if you're afraid of it, being dead early, you could always just aggressively daze. I don't love it against elves because you're like setting yourself back on mana, but I think it's better than Esper Sentinel. What was I gonna say? Oh, for the traps, I think I would probably play definitely more like maybe a carpet is like reasonable. Everything is uncounterable anyway. That's not quite true. Removal is not in most. And anybody who follows my list too, like all the removal spells were all off Assassin Trophy because it doesn't line up well against like the way I think Delver needs to play the matchup now. I think the way Delver needs to play the matchup is like you have to have turn one Delver, turn two, oh sorry, turn one DRC flip or Delver flip, and then you need to like win by turn four. I do not think you can beat Elves in a late game anymore because of Fiend Artisan. It's just too good, I think. Yeah, I also played Delver a good amount, not since the pandemic, but I do think Days is quite good against elves. Um, a lot of top tables were Delver and Jessica. I think you can play like Carpet if you need the extra help against Delver. Uh, I think with Red Stompy and 8 cast being a thing, and DNT, I like Force of Vigor, like maybe a one of. Or actually, in an artisan list, I actually like Mass Vandal. It does a lot. Yeah, I think the play styles are definitely different. This is more like Protect the Queen type strategy. It's like a I mean, I joke. Sometimes it plays like a glorified burn deck. But yeah, I think I definitely don't like three endurance. It feels way too clunky for curve reasons. Um, what I will replace it with, I do not know yet. But that's. I tried this card by the way. It is awful. I drew it and just wished, and I never wanted to register this card again. Elvish Pathfinder. I don't even know what that is. Oops. Yeah, no, thank you. What was I gonna do? Yeah, I'll figure this out. Maybe it's a carpet. I don't know. That's like it. Carpet notably is better in this list too. Now that we don't need glimpse. All right, let's see who's streaming right now. There's Connor playing Pioneer, Vintage. There's PT Bench, Pioneer. All right, I think we'll try Connor man 11. But yeah, I think this is kind of where we're at. I think the list felt decent enough. Definitely, the one card that endurance was should probably be something else. I think carpet is like reasonable. Because I don't have anything off the top of my head at the moment. I don't want to play a second crop rotation. I think too many crop rotations against Delver is already asking for trouble. I did. We finished the night beating Delver, so all is atoned. My man Jay Z. So we went 4-0. Sorry, 4-1. We did farm one blue. We lost to a Song of Creation deck, which is kind of crazy. We also beat Gristlebrand game one because I joked, and it happened actually. I joked if there is a losing line, the Reanimator player is gonna find it, and lo and behold, they lost with Gristlebrand in play. They drew down to 5. My board was Reclaimer and 2 other 1/1s, and I got a fetch land and I had a Wirewood in play. I fetched and then untapped and then got to Reclaimer to be a 3/4. I mean, I don't think trophies in the grand scheme of things really matters. Like, if I care more about trophies, um, I would one probably play more than I did this season, and two, I probably there is word on the street that I have multiple accounts, so maybe I combine them, right? There's word on the street. So nobody. The good thing is nobody really knows what my true trophy count is. But that is neither here nor there. What was I gonna say? It's funny too because I paired into Deltar I think last Saturday, and I didn't hit me to joke with him because I had he's the current trophy leader, right? I am not the proud owner of Turn One Gristlebrand, but I happen to know who that person is. He's a very swell guy, from what I heard. He's probably gonna win the Nobel Peace Prize for his dissertation on words per card, right? There's an ongoing thesis right now that Fiend Artisan having 47 words for a 2-drop is pretty incredible. I think I saw Ragavan had like 60 some. I think you know off the top of your head what it is, like 60 some words for a card. Pretty nuts. I do think we gotta replace that fourth endurance with something else. Like the curve was just out of whack, right? We drew game too many endurances game 2 and lost. I think as a result, if I remember correctly. But also my fault for keeping that hand. Probably not a hand I should have kept in the first place. What's the best card with the lowest word count? Yeah, maybe Recall. Black Lotus is pretty good too. Or but yeah, the list felt good. I probably have to add one card. I am gonna raid somebody right now. Anybody have any questions for this list? Actually, here's my socials again. For anybody who wants to follow me or join my Discord or Twitter or follow me on YouTube, whatnot. Thank you for all my patrons that have been kind enough to support me, especially shout out to Andrea Mengucci for two things. Tagging me today, that helped a lot in terms of like getting more exposure for this deck. And actually, the past month, he's off the deck now, but Andrea Mengucci actually did a lot for us. And I want to give him thanks, while I'm online right now, for the exposure that he did, because he played a couple of streams with elves and did quite well with the list, actually. Granted, the list is a little bit different because we had Glimpse of Nature and like Streak Ball at the time. And number two, also shout out to him. What was I gonna say? Oh, for tagging me, I guess, and on Twitter. That's the extra exposure. That might have been what I was trying to say, but oh, he also shouted out my Patreon, so that has like you know. Luckily, I'm having decent success with that. If you know want access to my content, you can also subscribe via Twitch if you want to use your Amazon Prime Gaming, and I'll send that to you as well for anybody who does that. It's $5 a month for Patreon. It's for me personally, it's preferred because I get a larger percentage of the cut, so to speak. Twitch, I get like 50%, which is kind of low actually. But Patreon, I think I get like 90 or 80%, whatever it is. So pretty substantial difference. Also, the medium is pretty easier for me to because you can just like download all my stuff from Patreon website. That aside, I think I will have to think about like what else should be on the list. But I think overall, the second league when I played better felt good. I don't think we were beating that song creation no matter what. We did beat Gristlebrand though, which is pretty nice. So I'll go ahead and rate Connorman 11. I don't see anybody playing Legacy. And thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Pretty fun to stream overall. I definitely played poorly that first league, but I think I cleaned things up second league, and we went 4-1, so that's pretty nice.